We are the fourth. We are St. Louis.
From Busch Stadium in downtown St. Louis, welcome to St. Louis Cardinal Baseball. The Dodgers are in town. These clubs have split the first two contests. Glad you're with us. Rick Horton with Al Raboski. Al, both of these clubs have made deals in the last 24 hours. What do you think about them?
Well, I think the Dodgers really need to get some offense, and they got a good one. They pick up Hanley Ramirez, the former National League batting champion. He's having a down season, but a change of scenery will do him good. And the Cardinals, they pick up and call up Brian Fuentes. He's sixth on the all-time list in saves by a left-hander. He'll throw the changeup anytime. He has great major league experience, and he is a great teammate. And the Cardinals will be carrying three left-handers in the bullpen. Victor Marte has been sent down.
And we may see him here tonight against the Dodgers. Young fans knowing how to cool off. Pat Paris has news on the rest of the Major League Baseball scene. That's next.
Here at Busch Stadium, and we welcome you inside Busch and to the Helitech desk. I'm Pat Paris. A little later on, we'll talk about an injury to A-Rod. Right now, we want to show you some of the National League scores, some games already completed today on the senior circuit, and they include the Nats and Steven Strasburg 11 Ks as they sweep the Mets. Do the Nats. New York's lost 6 in a row, 12 of 13. Atlanta, a 7-1 winner over the Marlins. First game without Hanley Ramirez for Miami. Philadelphia, a third straight day they beat Milwaukee in walk-off fashion. And the Pirates avoid a sweep at the hands of the Cubs. Kevin Correa wins his 6th straight decision. Alex Rodriguez will miss 6 to 8 weeks with a broken left hand. A-Rod suffering the injury during an 8th inning at bat last night in Seattle. The Yankee third baseman hit by a Mariners starter, Felix Hernandez, 88-mile-an-hour changeup. Painful. Coming up on the post-game show, Cal Elder joins me immediately after the game over at Lumiere Place. All the highlights and scores, and we'll break down tonight's game as well after the game on Cardinals Live. Up next, as we get you set for baseball on Fox Sports Midwest, up for grabs, some fun with the fans in the stands. Stay with us.
Roster moves, getting ready for their stretch run towards the playoffs. Off the field, the excitement continues as well. That's right, it's up for grabs.
Careful now, guys. Watch it careful. Got a little something on it.
That's the best play that I have right there.
Running catch, hangs on, rolls over, and he still has it. Oh, that's a heck of a play.
It makes it look easy, but that's a tricky play.
Oh, my, what a thing of beauty that was. Turns, looks, reaches, got it! Wow! Bare hand, what a play! Souvenir baseball inside this pack.
How about that for a prize?
Lines one foul, what a catch! Atta girl, backhanded stab. That was a beautiful catch.
Not her first rodeo.
Does anybody else make that play?
He's not slowing down at all. He's going to go right through that screen if he has to. A little elbow to the guy he gives the ball to. That's a nice gesture.
Dodgers 5-3 on Monday. But last night, the Redbirds rallied against one of the game's best. 6 runs in the 6th against the reigning Cy Young winner. And the Cardinals came away with an 8-2 win. Series all tied up. Game 3 coming up next on Fox Sports Midwest. Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. By your Mid-America Chevy dealers, the #1 selling brand in St. Louis. Find us at stlchevy.com. By Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers, #1 for quality tires and expert auto service. And by Steak and Shake, just no equal. Beautiful view of the Arch in downtown St. Louis. Another warm evening here at Busch Stadium. The Cardinals take the field. The Los Angeles Dodgers in town, and here's their Southwest Airlines batting order. Bobby Abreu, Mark Ellis, and Matt Kemp are 1, 2, 3 in the order. Andre Ethier bats cleanup and plays right. Hanley Ramirez, the newest Dodger, will play third base. James Loney at first. Luis Cruz, we've seen him in this series, and he's been pretty good. He's the shortstop and batting 7th. A.J. Ellis, the catcher, and Aaron Harang, the veteran, will pitch and bat 9th. And the Kyle Loesch start, very important for the Cardinals to take the advantage in this series.
Well, Kyle Loesch has just been on fire. 12-2 this year. Look at the good ERA, 2.71. He just has just attacked the strike zone. 9 consecutive quality starts. He's tied for 5th in the National League with 15 quality starts. 5th best ERA in the National League. 2nd best winning percentage, and you really come to expect him to just keep you in the ball game and maybe one step better to win it.
Love his consistency. Defense behind Loesch here tonight. Matt Holliday, John Jay, and Carlos Beltran, the starters in the outfield. David Freese, Rafael Furcal, Skip Schumacher in the lineup at 2nd. Alan Craig at 1st. Yadier Molina, the catcher, and Kyle Loesch on the mound. Our Dobbs Cardinals defense. And we're going to take a look at some National League teams with 2 starters with 10 wins. There's 4 of them.
Well, there's 4 teams that have that, including the Cardinals. Lance Lynn has 12. Loesch, his last time out, won number 10, and looked to get out there and have a tandem of 23 wins between the two. But Kyle Loesch, who led the ball club last year in wins and ERA, is really, in my mind, it'd be very difficult to let him walk.
I would agree. There's Lance Lynn, the other 10-plus game winner.
And I think Kyle, addressed the right way, and maybe in this next month or two, I think they could get that wrapped up like the last one. All of a sudden you wake up one day and you read about a new contract for the right-hander.
Certainly deserves that. There's a bunt attempt in front of the plate. Yachty has it. It's a fair ball. All he's got to do is tag Bobby Abreu.
Abreu's a longtime veteran, but that's a rookie mistake. Don't sit there and try and be the umpire. Just try and bunt for a base hit. We'll run. Hits the plate, bounces into fair territory, and he's not running. Would have been out either way.
Wasn't even as if he was trying to sell that it hit off his foot, which would be one reason to stay in the box. So odd move by Abreu, but good way to start for Kyle Loesch. Now working to Mark Ellis, and there's strike one. And that's something we've seen from Loesch all season long, is strike one.
And Kyle just really does spot the ball so well. Doesn't hurt himself with many walks.
Molina going to give it a shot, and he dives and can't get it, and again goes into that screen. We saw him do that here last night.
Well, you notice this time he kind of dove into it rather than running his knee into the brick wall below the screen. Pop up, you see, you locate it, throw the basket, make sure you can't trip over it. Rammed his right knee into the wall. This time our Plaza Tire service gives you that video of him sort of jumping into it, trying to avoid running the knee in.
And two or three Cardinal fans got a chance to meet Yadier Molina up close and personal. Came to visit them in their seats. Isn't that nice?
Trying to figure out what his cologne is. What?
2-2 to Ellis. Kyle Loesch, a 15-game winner for the Cardinals in 2008, and he was very good that season. Only lost 6 games. Hard hit ball. Freeze has it on the backhand. Long throw. Gets his man. I think Kyle Loesch is just as good, if not better, this year than he was that year.
Got off to a great start that year, and as he always has, really good months of May. Only time Kyle really struggled was a little bit, always good months of April. The only time this year he struggled was in May, and that's when he made a rough start against the Dodgers on a Sunday night game. But
Matt Kemp, very talented center fielder. David Freese made that play.
watch what he has the time. Hard hit ball here. He dives, and there he's in the dirt. Remember, they sprayed down the infield, so it's a little tacky, and so he actually wiped his pant leg to get that dirt off the throwing hand, and then he completed the throw. But in this heat, they've been watering the field a lot more. They really watered the infield down, and that had a little bearing on that play in the early going.
I wonder if that was just instinct to do that, and if you asked him after the game,
probably didn't realize
he did it. Exactly where I was going with that. Baseball instinct. Done a very good job patrolling third base, coming in on balls, reaction position. Ground ball up the middle, and Schumacher bobbles it a bit, but perfectly played as they had to shift on Kemp. 3 infield outs for Kyle Loesch. Good start.
but the bunt right there, Brave doesn't run. Then Mark Ellis pops this one up. Yachty gives chase, kind of dives into the first row of the seats, comes up empty, but they later got him on a hard hit ground ball, and then the shift. Here's the ground ball. Freeze throws him out, and then the shift is on, so the second baseman right behind second base, Schumacher, throws out Kemp. Light went on for nothing but three
ground balls.
Out.
Well, it's another proof that defense matters. Aaron Harang will pitch, the veteran will pitch for the Dodgers. 34-year-old right-hander, 6'7", 260. He's our Enterprise Bank and Trust starting pitcher for the Dodgers, and a look at his numbers.
Decent year for the second year here with Los Angeles. Prior to that was San Diego, and then a long-time stint with Cincinnati. He is 7-13 with a 4.47 ERA and 24 career starts against the Cardinals.
Really a career best with his ERA last year of 3.64. Of course, it was in San Diego. And he misses with his first delivery. And our first look at Hanley Ramirez, the new third baseman, at least for now, for the Dodgers.
Yeah, the plan is he hasn't played shortstop for more than a year. So the plan is to play a few games at third, work out at short during batting practice before making that switch.
High pop up. Loney has it. Furcal is retired. You've already seen our leadoff hitter, John Jay, will bat second for the Cardinals. Matt Holliday and Carlos Beltran are 3 and 4. Alan Craig, Yadier Molina, David Freese will bat seventh. Skip Schumacher, the second baseman, hits eighth, and Kyle Loesch will pitch and bat ninth. And Rafael Furcal, the lowest batting average other than Kyle Loesch in the starting nine, and he's at 278, and he's an all-star.
John Jay's gotten hot of late. That's good to see.
7 of his last 11. And he was in a real funk before that.
Yeah, about 220. Extended period of time since coming off the disabled list. A lot of change-ups from Harang. Likes to elevate the ball a lot. That wasn't a good formula in Cincinnati in that little bandbox.
Works on the West Coast, though, doesn't it?
Yes. I was kind of surprised when he was with San Diego, though. He did give up 20 home runs.
Call third strike. And a rough at bat for John Jay. Harang's defense behind him. The Dodgers are ranked 12th in the National League defensively. Abreu, Kemp, and Ethier in the outfield. Cruz and Ellis up the middle. Hanley, Ramirez, James Loney at the corners. A.J. Ellis, the catcher. Dobbs. Dodgers defense, Don Mattingly, 14-year Major League veteran, most valuable player, his second season as manager of the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Quite a bit easier this year with all the turmoil surrounding the ownership of the Dodgers. Those things have settled down and seem to be back in a very good spot.
I would say he handled all that pretty well as the manager.
Yes.
And low-keyed it. He really didn't get involved in it.
He just acted like himself. And I think the one thing, too, is the Dodgers, they got the Hanley trade, but they are still very much involved in the Dempster deal. Dempster has unofficially been traded to Atlanta, but he has veto power. There you see Holiday really has not had good success. Great success against the Dodgers, but not against Harang.
You see the Dodgers still in the Dempster derby.
Well, Dempster, you know, it's up to him. If he wants the trade, but he's pretty much said, you know, I'm willing to wait. There's a club that I'd like to go to. And many people around the Dodgers think that team is the Dodgers, and he's willing to wait until right up to the deadline.
2-out walk to Matt Holliday. He has walked a ton of times this year. That's the 49th walk for Holliday. And let's take a look at our Toyota keys to the game. The last 3 starts of Harang. and the last 6 for Kyle Loesch, all pretty good.
Well, pitching very well. Kyle Loesch a little bit better and longer. Don't want to walk a guy that you've had great success against to bring a guy that torments you.
And that's Carlos Beltran. Big swing there. He's had 2 solo home runs in this homestand, and he's sitting on a 6-game hitting streak.
He's hit .345 with a pair of home runs against Harang. Carlos almost went a month on a home run drought, and after he hit his 21st over the weekend, he said home runs come in bunches. So he's up to 22 now, tied for second in the National League.
Off-speed pitch, a little low. We have a very nice comparison with Carlos Beltran and the Dodger manager Don Mattingly. That'll be a feature on our broadcast tomorrow. You won't want to miss that. Those two have some things in common. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. He does change speeds very well.
He's a veteran that really does know how to pitch, and he uses that changeup very effectively. Big guy.
Always felt with Harang that players might swing at his foot when it lands, because his foot lands and then he throws the ball. And when he throws the changeup, he really kind of can fool a hitter in terms of timing.
He's deceptive. He short arms the ball. His fastball doesn't top out, you know, much more than 91, but it looks like it's 95. And he elevates the ball, gets a lot of guys to chase and swing at the pitch up in the zone, but it's a little bit above the strike zone, which that becomes a pitcher's pitch. High in the strike zone is a hitter's.
Holiday will be running here. The 3-2 is popped up. Left side, catcher coming over, and Ellis has it. Cardinals strand a runner onto the second. No score from Bush. StubHub, where it's easy to find the seats you want to see the Cardinals in action all season long. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the St. Louis Cardinals. Kyle Loesch, 10-2, ERA of 2.71. Having an outstanding season for the Cardinals. Really, the Cardinals rotation has been very good for a long time. 19 straight 6+ innings out of their starting rotation, which is helping the bullpen I think, shore themselves up a bit. And, of course, we may get a chance to see the newest addition here tonight in that Cardinal bullpen, Brian Fuentes.
Well, let's just hope the formula continues with, you said, the 19 straight, at least 6 innings. Loesch has been even better. He's on a 7-inning streak for just about every time out. And when the starter does that, things fall in place.
Quality start is 6 innings, 3 or less runs. And folks will quibble about whether or not that really defines a high quality start or not, but it is a barometer that means something. It means that your pitcher's getting you deep into a game, and Loesch has been outstanding at the quality start.
He's got 15 of them. There's a list of guys getting around that number total.
1-2 to Andre Ethier. And the back door is open. Ethier doesn't like the call. Strikeout victim number 1 for Kyle Loesch, and the quality starts. Hopefully he'll get another one and add to this total here.
Here's 6 that have 15 or more quality starts through July 24th. And I guess we could add one more. Strasburg picked up his 15th this afternoon.
Washington picked up another victory. They beat the Mets again. The Mets are going south for sure. This ball is hit high and deep to center field. Craig is back to the track, and he can't get it. Ball just carried over his head, and Hanley Ramirez is going to have a triple in his first at-bat as a Dodger.
Well, John Jay really misplayed that ball. And John Jay has just been so good in the outfield. I think that ball just fooled him the way it carried and then kind of got circled. It goes back here, but look at it, ends up behind him. And I don't think he ever believed that it was going to carry that far. So it would have been a tough play, but I think he just kind of drifted back on it. Even Hanley thought it was going to be an out. Look at the way he's running. He put his head down right afterwards, and then after he crossed first base, he saw that the ball got away from Jay, and he goes in with a stand-up triple.
So impact already for Hanley Ramirez for the Dodgers. He's the runner at third with 1 out. James Loney at the plate. Cardinals creeping in on the infield. They want to cut this run off. Schumacher starting about even between first and second base bag, and then he just was inching forward and ended up on the infield grass. Here he comes already.
As good as these two pitchers are going, I don't think it's going to end up 1-0. And I'm not crazy about bringing the infield in. Loney is hitting the ball a lot better than early in the season. He's hit over 300 against Loesch, 313. This year, Loney is 8 for 16 with 3 RBIs against the Cardinals.
He had a good day against Adam Wainwright yesterday. Couple of hits.
Lifetime, he's 323 here at Busch Stadium, 375. Just inviting a bigger inning.
See if it pays off. 1-1. Cutter inside. Loesch really calls his a slider. Again, the terminology is like splitting hairs, but will occasionally throw a curveball. Is a very good changeup as well, sinking fastball, and always around the plate. The 2-1. There's a changeup. This is low.
Kyle just knows how to pitch. He's really developed that extra special feel for a game. Doesn't throw as hard as the other starters, but he spots his fastball better than they do.
You worried about a walk here?
I don't like walks, but you know, in the case of Loesch, I think it works to his favor. I wouldn't try to do it, but
long one to right. This will score a run. Beltran has it. Sacrifice fly for Loney, his 27th RBI. And it's 1-0 Los Angeles.
Little breaking ball and down the way, but a low ball hitter. Hit it with authority. That's all he was looking for, is something he could drive the outfield, at the very least get a sac fly. They took the early lead. I wouldn't want to walk Loney, but you know, you did bring up the potential double play to get out of the inning. But Cruz's been swinging the bat well.
Sure has. Fly ball to right. Dodgers strike first in game 3. Hanley Ramirez triple the difference. 1-0. The mission continues on a veteran-led service project in Belleville, Illinois on August 18th. It's expected to be the largest project yet from the Summer Service Slam campaign, and we're going to need your help. Reserve your spot online at missioncontinues.org. 1-0 Dodgers. Loesch and Harang. Third game of a 4-game series. These two teams have split the first two. Cardinals coming back with an outstanding victory here yesterday. Clayton Kershaw was dealing, and the Cardinals bats came alive in the 5th on their way to an 8-2 victory.
Down 2-0 to Kershaw. Just seemed like it was insurmountable, but then he kind of hit a wall. As maybe the heat did him in. Eventually scored 2 runs to tie it in the 5th, and then 6 runs in the 6th to put him away.
Almost see it on his face. He seems so fatigued out there in the 5th inning. He's a young guy, strong guy. Not that really isn't an issue, but when you're not used to pitching in 100-degree plus weather, you seem to be affected. Up and in on Alan Craig. Adam Wainwright helped out his own cause with a couple of RBIs, and he said today that he thought the heat was as bad as he's seen it here, and he had a hard time getting through the game himself, but he was really good.
Kind of willed his way through it, got his way, and he was outstanding.
Craig sitting on 14 home runs and 49 RBIs. Payoff pitch. High for a ball. Leadoff walk. Is walk number 2 for Harang already. Hitting the road, take Fox Sports Midwest coverage of the Cardinals with you wherever you go this season. Subscribe to MLB.tv today to see every Cardinals out-of-market game live, online, and on your favorite connected devices in HD quality. Visit Cardinals.com to get more details. MLB.tv, baseball everywhere.
Surprisingly, Molina has not hit Harang well.
Just 206. You can add to that. Base hit the other way. Craig's going to make it to third. Bobbled by Kemp in the outfield. But he gets it in a hurry. So Yadier Molina. First pitch swinging. And gets the Cardinals' first hit.
Over second base into right center, so Alan Craig can get away and scoot over to third. See an off-speed pitch down and away, and went down to simplistics. Just go with the pitch, and we've seen so many of Yadier's hits to right field. Not so many this year, but in the past.
Got the home run stroke this year, career high with 15. David Freese takes a fastball high, and already seeing what you're talking about with Harang and working up in the zone, trying to get guys to chase.
And if they don't chase, it's a ball. And if you lower it down just ever so slightly, it becomes a home run ball.
That's where he gets his strikeouts, and I think he would have pretty big fly ball ratio too as a pitcher, working up in the zone as he does.
He evens out a little bit because of how many changeups he throws to get his ground balls.
Good point.
Out of San Diego State, originally drafted by Texas, I think.
Hard hit. It's caught by the shortstop on one hop, and a double play is turned, but the Cardinals score their first run. David Freese almost had a lot more than that. Nice play by the shortstop, Cruz, to start that double play.
Cruz kind of shocked him a little bit. Is a tough one hopper, gets to it. He thought about going home, but then he says, I got 2 right here. So he did the right thing. Allow the Cardinals to tie this game, but get the 2 outs for Harang.
Slow curveball misses high to Skip Schumacher. His average at 314. And as always, a steady year for Skip Schumacher. Year after year, goes to spring training. They tell him, we don't really have a place for you. And year after year, there's a place for him.
Set a home run against Harang, and average at 278.
Popped up on the left side. Ramirez gives way to Cruz. And Schumacher is retired. But the Cardinals answer back 1-1 onto the third. Midwest is brought to you by the new wireless receiver from AT&T Uverse. Visit att.com/freeyourtv. Rethink possible. MyKiaSt.Louis.com. And get the All-American Jack Combo at Jack in the Box. It's a no-nonsense burger with fries and a drink for only $4.99 plus tax at participating stores. Top of the third inning. 1-1. Hanley Ramirez, a one-out triple for the Dodgers in the second. He scored on a sacrifice fly. Alan Craig, Yadier Molina on base for the David Freese double play that scored and tied it at 1. First pitch fouled off down the right field line, out of play by the catcher A.J. Ellis. Ellis at 278. When we saw him earlier in the season, now it seemed to me he was hitting about 340 then. He was off to a very, very good start offensively. And needless to say, has cooled off a bit.
AJ's from Cape Girardeau.
Another well-placed pitch by Kyle Loesch on the outer half produces a ground ball and the first out of the third. Think about the pace of Kyle Loesch. Doesn't seem to me, Al, and I guess I'm giving my thoughts on this too, doesn't seem to be that he works too quickly, he's not too slow, he just seems to me to have the perfect pace for a pitcher.
And knows when to step back off that mound and slow things down, but most of the time he gets the ball quick to the plate. Step one back, gets on the rubber, looks in for the sign, gets what he wants, and starts his motion. So his fielders love it.
That fielder has it. His name is Furcal. Orang is retired. 8 of 9 first pitch strikes for Loesch, and you've got to love that if you're Derek Lilliquist. That's what you preach.
Yep. Derek saying, I was around Dave Duncan's philosophies long enough to say that works. Why tinker with it? Why change anything? The guys respond to it. We've got good success here, so pretty much just continue it. And there's your curveball pitcher. Pitching coach for you, Ricky.
Yeah, we talked last night about having the chance to work with Sandy Koufax on how to throw a curveball, and very, very nice gentleman. Represents the Dodgers very well. Another first pitch strike from Loesch. That pitch at 89 miles an hour. We have not seen a pitch now into the third inning from either pitcher that's hit 90. Hard hit ground ball past a diving Rafael Furcal. Base hit for Abreu.
I just wonder if part of that is conserving their energy. You know, on a hot day like this, breaking ball just hung up a little bit. Just hit hard, but just beyond their dive and reach of Furcal.
Mark Ellis bounced out in the first inning. He's become a very key part of this club.
Remember when we were in L.A. earlier in May, had that nasty injury at second base with Mark Ellis that they had to do the emergency surgery on a blood clot. And it just seemed like he got took out on a nice, clean, hard baseball play at second base, but did some damage. He missed 43 games having that surgery on his left leg. Said it could have gotten to the point where within minutes, if they didn't recognize the blood clot, he could have lost that leg.
Freeze just in foul territory. Retires Ellis. Scratch single for the Dodgers. 1-1 is our score. One against the Dodgers, and we take a look at the offense of the Cardinals since they've come home.
Scored 1 run in 4 innings, 2 runs or more in 8 more. Remember on the road trip how much trouble we had with runners in scoring position? That has been corrected. Mark McGwire pretty pleased. Of course, that 12-run 7th inning, that kind of helped everyone's demeanor around here.
Skewed the numbers a bit, too, we must admit. But
in the right way.
But, you know, it is a reason why baseball people tend not to panic. After 4 or 5 bad days offensively, 4 or 5 bad performances out of the bullpen, you don't want to really panic because you know things go in cycles.
I think it was Mark McGwire's exact words were, cool it.
Is that how he said it?
Yeah. Don't worry about it, cool it. It's a long season. Good advice.
Agreed. 2-1 to Kyle Loesch. Now 3-1. As our great friend Jack Buck used to say, he wouldn't walk the pitcher, would he?
Sure he would.
Not yet.
It's already walked 2. Cardinals' lone run was a leadoff walk to Alan Craig.
I want to see him walk him so those guys will do that eye thing in the Cardinal dugout. Well, going to have to wait. And they got that little routine they do. They were ready. I know they were.
Led by Adam Wainwright. Westbrook's pretty good at being a number 2 comedian there.
He's a good Ed McMahon.
And then Joe Kelly trying to learn all he can.
Got to have a sidekick. Wainwright probably the leader of the comedy there. Curveball, strike 1, 2 for call. He's 0 for 1, but he's been very good in this homestand. 375. And another out in the air for Furcal. He tries to hit the ball on the ground as often as possible. Out number 2 for St. Louis. This MLB on Fox season, Fox Sports is proud to support Boys and Girls Club of America, a place where youth can reach their full potential as productive, caring, responsible citizens. To learn more, please visit greatfutures.org/Fox Sports. And I had a chance to be at the Matthews Dickey Club event this past weekend, and I know we talked about that a bit as well. And boys and girls clubs across the country do outstanding work. John Jay is retired. 1-2-3 inning. Let's look at the Cardinal greats for fun. Start planning your next Missouri getaway. Welcome to the state capitol and the governor's mansion in Jefferson City. I love it there. The Missouri Capitol was completed in 1918, covers 3 acres in downtown Jeff City, and the governor's mansion was constructed in 1871 as the official residence of Missouri's first family. Visitors could tour their home to see its beautiful architecture and period furniture and learn the history of many of the state's great governors. Visit Mo.com. Dad and his daughter watching the game. Cardinal hat on. I know he wants his Redbirds to win game 2, and I'm sure she does too. But really, she just wants some good candy. Maybe a snow cone later or something.
Cotton candy.
There you go.
That'll keep her awake.
Shift is on for Matt Kemp. We saw that play out positively for the Cardinals in the first inning. Ball just jumps off his bat, doesn't it?
It does, and you could understand why the Dodgers are so low in runs scored and home runs, with Kemp missing 51 games. Out 2 different times with same left hamstring injury. He's played, been very durable prior to that. He had played Major League high 399 consecutive games before sitting out May 14th, and then he missed the combined 51 games with the disablements.
Not Lou Gehrig, but not bad.
No. Today's standards. Look at the pine tar on his left shoulder, and you can see it on his bat.
Maybe with his follow through.
A little, well, that's exactly with follow through, but what about the George Brett rule? It's above the label.
Saw where there were some issues with Bryce Harper having pine tar too high on his bat. They made him change his bat. Little arguments about that. Didn't seem to faze him.
Once this ball bounced.
About right there. Very nice spot. Strikes out Matt Kemp, his second strikeout, and Loesch just keeps rolling right along.
God, he wanted it down, and he does get it down. Good off-speed pitch. Gets a second strikeout. I saw a home run taken away from Ted Simmons. We were in San Diego, and a lot of hitters used to take like a pair of scissors and kind of take it into the grooves of the wood, and then they would burn rosin and make that harder. And Teddy didn't put the rosin in, but he did kind of take the soft wood out of the grooves of a bat.
Base hit to right. Beltran runs it down very well. He's trying for two. Here's a throw from Beltran, and not in time. Ethier tests the arm of Beltran.
It's 26th double of the year for Beltran, and you know, Carlos, multiple Gold Glove winner. Not that they're telling him to coast or anything, and he didn't. There you see a little stumble in the divot he left when he tried to change speeds. Going into the corner, tried to reverse, got the ball back in quickly, but Ethier a little quicker. Good camera work, ladies and gentlemen.
Outstanding.
But I can't remember who the catcher was. Might have been Gene Tennis or somebody, but he hit a home run, and when he got to home plate, you could see the catcher handing the bat to the umpire, and you know, you can't deface a ball, you can't deface a bat. And Teddy goes, I didn't know the rule, I'm guilty. A little disappointing if you were looking for the George Brett 2. Actually, it was pre-George Brett.
And I guess that comes under the category of ignorance of the law is no excuse. We've heard that before.
We've heard that before. I have not heard it in front of a judge. Maybe you have.
Not that I recall.
It was a long night, huh?
2-1 to Hanley Ramirez. He had a triple in his first at-bat as a Dodger in the second inning.
Now, they definitely needed to add a bat.
Just missing the outside corner. 3-1 to Ramirez. First base is open.
I was reading the USA Today, and big article about Hanley and projecting that he would be traded to the Oakland A's, and kind of thought to myself, I was reading, what's wrong with the Dodgers?
Here's a long fly ball to left. Holiday at the track, and he makes the play. Ethier tags and heads to third. That ball just staying in the ballpark. And some pop now in the middle of this Dodgers order with their newcomer, Hanley Ramirez.
Well, you need somebody in front and behind Ethier and Kemp. Hanley does provide a lot more. You can see what he's done in his career, all three of them. But Hanley was 2009 was the National League batting champion. He was Rookie of the Year in the National League. Kemp last year, a lot of people thought he should have been the MVP. Ethier was 2 or 3 in Rookie of the Year his first year. So now they got 3 big bats in the middle of their lineup. That will really help them out. And like I said, they expect to look for another pitcher, another starter.
Schumacher handles the soft liner. Ethier is stranded. Build-A-Bear Workshop Day will be at Busch. The perfect reason to watch the Cardinals play the Brewers. It'll be during the 1982 30th anniversary celebration weekend. Sunday, August 5th, 12,000 fans ages 15 and under with paid admission will receive a bear in honor of the 82 world champions. For tickets, visit cardinals.com. A couple of friends with different uniforms on. Isn't there a rule against fraternization?
Still is. Never.
I don't think that applies to fans.
And what we're talking about with players, and in my tenure, fans could do that, but there used to be an umpire who would sit in the stands and make sure the players didn't have extended conversations, and you were fined. They would report you, and you'd be fined by the league if you were caught talking more than a brief hello. But that was easy because back then the teams didn't like each other.
You wonder why MLB was so concerned about it at the time. They were maybe worried about the integrity of the game, maybe people not playing hard enough once the game started, if they were friends with guys on the other team. I don't know. Maybe a knee-jerk reaction to the Black Sox scandal, perhaps. This became a tradition.
I think it's also the integrity of the game.
Yeah.
But it was a lot different then. And a lot of this was pre-agents, when players didn't really get to know the other teams.
Holiday strikes out. We are at Busch Stadium, Gateway City. The Dodgers, part of a 3-city cross-country road trip, are in town. Rick Horton, Al Raboski, Jim Hayes with you. Glad you are with us. Hanley Ramirez, a triple in the second inning, led to the Dodgers run. And that's booted by Loney, and it goes into right field. And that's our game's first error. And Loney's fifth.
He has been pretty steady at first base, and he'll be the first one to tell you. He just came up on that ball a little too soon, got down on knee, tried to block it, but was to the glove side and came up and got by him. The way he has struggled offensively, he can ill afford to make some miscues defensively.
Alan Craig walked and scored the Cardinals run in the second inning.
K-Rod blew his second, I think, consecutive save.
Well, his saves against the Cardinals weren't exactly clean ones.
No, but Philadelphia came from behind. How about the contract that Philly gave to Cole Hamels?
A lot of talk about him going all over the place, but ends up staying in Philadelphia.
6 years, $144 million deal. Will that have an impact on Cardinal free agent pitchers? And a year from now, and Adam Wainwright. Look at the Matt Cain and look at the Cole Hamels deal, the most recent, and that's got to scare a general manager and owner.
Good point. Pirates beat the Cubs 3-2 today. And you mentioned the Phillies came back again to beat Milwaukee 7-6. Cincinnati leads the Astros. That game in the fourth inning, 1-0. The Astros, as we mentioned last night, still introducing themselves to one another. They have been very busy during the month of July with trades. And I have a feeling there's a few more big trades still out there. We'll have to wait and see.
Like I said, Dodgers hopeful that Dempster will choose them over Atlanta. They also are kind of interesting in Matt Garza.
Alan Craig swings through that high fastball.
That's what he tries to do. Throw the ball up there and get you to chase it.
4 strikeouts for Harang.
Speaking of some of the Phillies that other clubs have shown interest, Hunter Pence, Victorino, Juan Pierre, Joe Blanton. And if they're willing to pay some salary. It's not out of the question they may trade Jimmy Rollins. Cliff Leen may go back to Texas. Dodgers are also thinking about Victorino.
Yachty swings and misses. Batting here in the Cardinals' 4th inning. 1-1 ball game. Cardinals with just 1 hit. Yachty has it. Beltran, the runner at first, does have 9 stolen bases. A.J. Ellis, the catcher, has thrown out 30% of runners who've tried to steal on him. 19 out of 64. One and two. Now 2-2. Yachty at 311. Outstanding offensive numbers. Slider misses. Full count now to Molina. The scoreboard giving Yachty a little bit too much credit. Has him at 311. And Yachty actually at 307.
Okay, as long as it's on the plus side.
You bet. Beltran will be on the move here. Ball hit hard to left. But caught by Abreu. Backpedaling near the track. On to the 5th. 1-1. Duel going here tonight, and they've been doing it in different ways. Harang has been pitching up in the zone. There's one up and in on Alan Craig, also getting outs up in the zone. Getting the pop-ups that he has done many times in the past, and for Loesch it's the other way around, working down.
Working down. Now, he doesn't have the ability to throw a ball by you when it's up in the zone, but he can really mess with you, changing speeds, keeping everything out of the middle of the plate. Loesch has thrown 11 of 16 first pitch strikes. Off to a good start. A good formula for winning is to dominate against the lower third.
Little bloop over the head of Schumacher. He's back and he's got it. Skip Schumacher. That was easy. How did he do that?
He reverted back to his outfield days. He just thinks he's going back near the warning track and making a play over the shoulder, but very nice play. And when the ball is hit in the air, you really don't worry about Schumacher too much. He converted outfielder to second base, and he still can track those fly balls. Made
nice
that
play.
look a lot easier than it was.
Agreed. He's always had that big glove that you're not used to seeing on a second baseman.
Right.
Basically does not have the classic second baseman's glove, which would be about probably 3 inches shorter than that.
Yeah, I mean, that looks like his outfield glove. H. webbing.
Came in handy there, though.
Sure did. You like to teach, with a smaller glove, because you always know where it is when you reach in. There's not enough glove there to lose the ball. So it's a real quick exchange where the outfielder wants more webbing so he can reach out and snare a ball. And of course, good fielders use Rawlings gloves.
I agree 100%.
Did you use one?
Of course I did.
Okay, good.
Pro BP model. It was huge.
I had the original fastback that they eventually outlawed. Loved that glove.
I wanted the huge glove for maximum protection.
I did too. Did you ever once, because we both liked big gloves for protection, did you ever pick up somebody else's glove and just play catch and say, wait a minute, where's the other 4
Where's
inches?
the rest of it? Exactly. That ball plugs the gap. A.J. Ellis with a 1-out double.
Not a bad piece of hitting. Pitch down, went down and got it.
Now we focus a lot on location, but it's more than just location. Is that location set up? Is it moving to that location? Is the right velocity for the right pitch to that location? You really believe that movement's as important as anything else?
Oh, I do. Velocity gets your attention, but if it's straight, who cares?
Would you order it movement, location, then velocity?
Yes,
1, 2, 3?
Exactly.
I think I'd agree with that. Again, wanting them all.
Yes. If you got movement, remember, a hitter's trying to hit a round baseball with a round bat, how difficult it is to center it anyway, but then with movement, it's just a fraction up. It's a pop-up, fraction down, it's a ground ball. And it's a question if it's hit hard enough to get through. But if you have the great location, we've seen, I talk about Loesch. He has the least amount of velocity of the Cardinal starters, but he has one of the best fastballs because of his ability to spot it. Go back to our buddy Bob Tewksbury.
Ground ball up the middle. Narang is retired. Tewksbury got a lot done at 85, didn't he?
And he'd throw 70% fastballs.
Fox Sports Midwest pleased to join the Cardinals to bring the 1982 World Series champions to Busch Stadium. Tune in to Fox Sports Midwest August 3rd and 4th for interviews, features, pregame festivities, and more. And we're going to be celebrating the 1982 World Series champions.
Talked to Mary Lou this evening.
Did you?
Mary Lou Herzog. So I thought how Whitey really looked great last night on TV. Just looked so healthy. So happy for him. John Tudor, you know, that couldn't break a pane of glass, but he could make every hitter look silly on his dead fish. Told you Whitey's looking better.
Always Herzog jerseys here at the ballpark. Good changeup to Abreu, who's 1 for 2. He singled in the 3rd. You know, Al, to finish the thought on the movement, there's a new statistic that deals with. I know I don't want to confuse your brain, but it really does a pitch track that will talk about the movement of a pitch. But I think the next level, they're eventually going to start looking at the late movement as well. Not only how much does the ball move, but what happens the last 5 or 6 feet before the plate. I think that's the big difference.
Yeah, and we talk about, you know, an explosive fastball, and that's what they're really talking, just about almost the time a hitter commits, and then you have that late movement. And so where they thought the ball would be, it turns out it's not there. The ball moved.
The 2-1 almost hits Abreu.
Got to pitch inside, keep hitters honest. Not trying to hit anybody or hurt anybody. You're just trying to, you know, maybe open up the outside part of the plate, or get, a lot of times you throw another pitch inside, they're looking away and they jam themselves and get themselves out.
3-1 grounded to the right side.
Reach for it instead of driving it.
Abreu retired. Loesch is through 5. Some talented fans here tonight. Cody and Willie Braun are in your picture. They're of the band Reckless Kelly. And they're going to be singing the national anthem tomorrow. The 11th ballpark that they've had the opportunity to do that in. And they're also going to be sitting in with their brother Mickey at Off Broadway after the game tonight. So they're getting ready by watching the Cardinals and the Dodgers before they head out to sing.
Getting ready by hydrating.
Of course. First pitch to David Freese is low, and we were talking about movement, location, and velocity, and my good friend and former roommate and father of a Dodger player has texted, and he believes that location is more important than movement.
What does he know about it?
Well, I'm going to text him that. Al wants to know.
Andy Van Slyke, what do you know about hitting or pitching other than it's tough? Tough to hit.
I can't wait for his next text. And of course, we all agree that you want all three if you can get it. Very few have been able to master that, and they're the game's best. 3-1 to David Freese. You think about somebody like Tim Lincecum when he's on, and the movement that he had in his fastball and the location. And certainly the velocity.
Well, you just wonder and hope that there's not a physical injury with Lincecum, but
hard hit to right down the line, and it is fair and into the corner. Freese headed to second. He'll slide in, but plenty of time. Leadoff double for David Freese, and his hit streak is now at 8.
if that pitch had more movement, he wouldn't have been able to do that. And of course, Orang's also saying he wished he had better location with it. But there's that pitch up that he gets it down just a little bit, and it's much easier to drive that ball. Played well by Ethier, who's playing in his 278th game without an error.
Ground ball to the right side. That is doing your job right there. Schumacher advances Freese to third. A great way to see a game at Busch is with a group of your friends or family. Group tickets are on sale now, and groups of 25 or more get great incentives, including a discount off the gate price in most seating areas. For more details, visit cardinals.com/groups or call 314-345-9500. And we have another vote for location, and that comes from an Andy Bennis text.
And his ball didn't move that much.
I want to see how many votes from ex-Cardinals we can get. Bunt is popped foul.
I'm going to say Kyle Loesch, one of the better bunters on the club. And was not a suicide squeeze. They're playing in, but if you're a good bunter, and we know, Ricky, you're not.
I didn't say I wasn't. I just said it was hard.
Oh, okay. All right. Ricky's good, but finds it very hard. But it's so hard to defend a good suicide squeeze.
Good swing for Loesch.
How good athlete. We had a rarity last night, Ricky, that, what was it, 71 games?
78.
78 games between a Cardinal pitcher driving in a run.
Jaime Garcia drove in a couple of runs early in this season.
Right.
And 78 straight games the Cardinal pitchers had not driven in a run until Wainwright yesterday, who had 2. Now, there are astute Cardinal fans that would say, hey, wait a minute, you guys. Joe Kelly had an RBI.
But he was a pinch hitter.
He did it as a pinch hitter. Correct.
Pinch hit that game in Miami.
And we found that the Major League record prior to what the Cardinals pitchers have done was only 51.
51. That's where I got my one.
They kind of shattered that, didn't they? Little fly ball to right field. It's shallow. Freese. He's coming. Play at the plate, and he is safe. David Freese scores. Sacrifice fly. Kyle Loesch. And it's 2-1 Cardinals.
David would have been safe even if Ellis would have caught that ball cleanly. But there's another RBI for a pitcher. First of the year for Kyle Loesch. Will it be a game winner? But Ethier tries to get position. Body coming forward. Throw home. And a one hop here. Ellis tried to catch it. It's a high bounce. But you see there, Freese would have been safe even if he would have caught the ball cleanly.
Big slow curveball. Strike one to Rafael Furcal. So Kyle Loesch down in the count 0-2 helps himself out. Another off-speed pitch.
Key at bat was Schumacher, a productive out. Wanted to drive him in, but at least he got him over to third with just one out. And the sac fly drives him in.
That one had good location and good movement. The good news is the Cardinals have tacked on here in the fifth thanks to Kyle Loesch and David Freese. 2-1 St. Louis. Coverage begins at noon tomorrow on Fox Sports Midwest. There's Jake Westbrook on the right. He'll be opposed by the left-hander Chris Capuano, 10-5. Cardinals hosting the Dodgers. And I told you, Al, she was going to want a snow cone, and actually Dad's stealing some of it right now. You said cotton candy. Maybe she'll go for that later on.
I'm losing on all bets today.
Hey, I was with you. Remember that.
Well, let's put it this way. When you threw 99% fastballs and everybody knew a fastball was coming, it better had movement.
Well, 99 was the velocity part. You had that.
No, it wasn't.
Mark Ellis leads it off for the Dodgers in the sixth. The Cardinals have taken the lead 2-1. The Dodgers had won 8 straight games against the Cardinals up until yesterday. And it really looked as if they were going to add to that with Clayton Kershaw on the mound and a 2-0 lead. Cardinals with 2 in the 5th and 6 in the 6th. Kershaw is such a good pitcher. Cardinals very fortunate to get to him, but they sure did get to him, didn't they? Walked a couple of batters in the 6th and some big hits.
And wouldn't, if you're a Cardinal fan, you wouldn't mind to see a repeat. Not that you want to punish Harang, but you want to see your team do something offensively and make this put a little distance between the Dodgers and the Cardinals. Cardinals can win these next 2 games. They have quite the homestand. And makes up for the disappointing road trip.
Cardinals 6 games out in the Central, and that number starts to get a little bit too high for comfort, doesn't it? Base hit left center. Jay runs it down. You better hurry. He does. There'd be a play at second base. Throw off line. And it's a double for Ellis. Homer Bailey, 5 shutout innings for the Reds. They're playing the Astros. And he's up against Bud Norris.
But remember, Bud Norris is not pitching against Cardinals, so it's just a 1-0 game. And talking about road trips, Milwaukee was feeling good about themselves when the Cardinals left town, but they went on the road and it's been disastrous. And now a lot of people say Greinke will be gone, and probably they will look to see how they can improve their team to the trade market by being sellers.
Well, Milwaukee was saying while we were there that the next 7 or 8 days is going to tell us what we're going to do. And I think they have their answer, as you said, but there are other clubs just like that.
Sure. And getting back to your point about 6 games out, still a lot of time, but you don't want to fall behind.
Right.
I used to think even when you're inside of 5 games in September 1st, you're still right there.
Absolutely.
And if anything, what happened last year with the Cardinals proved you that, one, just play hard throughout the schedule, take your chances, and then get to the dance and see what happens. A little tougher now with the 2 wild cards to move on as a wild card, because you're going to have to play that 1-game playoff. Probably have to burn your best pitcher, set you back, going into the next series.
Bud Norris, we just mentioned, his last 8 starts out, according to Max Leinwand, our post-game producer, is 0-7 with an 8.5.
He said he hadn't faced the Cardinals for a while. Kind of like Greinke. You trade for Greinke, and he's got the great home record in Milwaukee, but human on the road. Well, he pitched that well at home for a new club.
The 1-2 pitch is low. Skip Schumacher did his job in the bottom of the 5th inning. A leadoff double for David Freese. Schumacher bounced out to second. That sent David Freese to third and set up the sacrifice fly off the bat of Kyle Loesch. So Freese gets the run scored. Loesch gets the RBI. Schumacher gets a pat on the back and an 0-for-1.
But the recognition of his teammates that he did was a key at bat. Did his job to move the runner up. Mike Matheny will take note of that and probably find him in the, maybe not with Capuano tomorrow, but he's going to get a lot more playing time. It's just hard to keep him out of there.
Problem with always just looking at the numbers and the at-bat without understanding the circumstance. Swing and a miss. Strikes out Kemp for the second time, and We have more from our good friend and colleague, Jim Hayes. Jim, what do you got?
Yeah, the newest Cardinal, Brian Fuentes, has 204 career saves and is a 4-time All-Star. But his ERA was 6.84 when Oakland released him on July 11th. Fuentes says he didn't pitch well, then he didn't pitch at all, so it was tough to get on track. He had other teams interested when he signed with the Cardinals because he felt the Cards' bullpen was one arm short, and he thinks he can do a good job setting up for Mitchell Boggs and Jason Mott. He threw a scoreless inning for Springfield last night. Looked so good, guys. The Cards brought him up ahead of schedule.
I appreciate that, Jim. Thank you for that. And anxious to watch him pitch.
They had to bring him up or risk losing him by July 31st. And one of the reasons why he accepted going to the minor leagues is, just as Jim reported, is they stopped pitching him. So we've gone quite a while with very little or to no work at all. So he just needed those tune-ups in the minor leagues. Gives you a little bit of an idea of his commitment and what he believed. He's 6th on the all-time save list by a left-hander, and now that he's active at the Major League level, he has more saves than any left-hander currently active.
48 saves in 2009. Hard hit to center. Jay has it. So the Cardinals move the runner up in the 5th, and the Dodgers don't in the 6th.
You see right there was a pitch he had to pull it to get it out, and then Kemp doesn't help his cause, striking out there and not advancing. Would have been a sac fly for Ethier if Kemp would have done the job that Schumacher did.
So it makes baseball interesting.
But think of the ball that Schumacher was a pitch up and away. You would think he would hit that ball to the left side of the infield so the runner couldn't advance, but he was able to hook it and pull it and got the job done.
And pressing my point about just looking at the numbers and the particular at bat, you could see somebody 3 years from now saying, well, Schumacher doesn't hit Harang well, he grounded out. But actually he did exactly what he wanted to do and needed to do to produce a run.
Exactly. Situational hitting.
He should get an asterisk or something is what I'm lobbying for. Or a exclamation point. Something, Al.
Dave McKay used to give out stars.
He did. When I first saw that on the board in spring training, I thought we were in kindergarten. They were getting running.
Never assume.
They were getting little stars for running
taking hard.
Taking an extra base.
Yeah, taking the extra base, doing different things. We'll call it the Schumacher star.
I wonder if any of the guys ever brought him an apple.
Dave was very healthy, health conscious, so maybe.
2-1 to Hanley Ramirez. 2 outs in the Dodgers 6th. Tying run is out there at second base, potentially, and Mark Ellis. Loesch is set. And the pitch. Cardinals have been very efficient with their 2 hits.
Yeah, LA has 5 already. Hanley has the big one, the triple. 1 out triple back in the 2nd inning. His first appearance for his first at bat for his new club, and he scored the lone run on a sac fly by Loney.
4 of the 5 Dodgers hits have been for extra bases.
He may not like that location, that he got away with something, and maybe dial him back in. Maybe just discuss this pitch right here, how they want to retire him. Change of scenery might do some wonders for Ramirez. No question his talent, but his numbers were down, just 248, 14 home runs, 48 RBIs.
Can Loesch finish him off? Almost. Not quite.
It's a spot, but he's set up outside. Couldn't get him to chase it. So much for your location.
I think a good call by Jeff Kellogg, crew chief behind the plate. Marty Foster at first base. Full count. And it's a hard hit ground ball up the middle. Base hit for Hanley Ramirez. That will score Mark Ellis. And we are tied at 2.
Breaking ball hung up a little bit. Did get a ground ball, but just to the left of the diving for call. See Kyle upset.
Now James Loney. Furcal did everything he could do to just knock that ball down, keep it in the infield. Knew he would save a run if he could do it. There's good location and good movement. Strike one. We have a Twitter suggestion to give Skip a half an RBI. Sign me up.
Get your statistical friends to go back and all through history and credit half RBIs to everybody that's the runner up.
You know, some of my statistical friends would love that chore.
Oh,
they could think of nothing they'd rather do.
And that would further my opinion. They have way too much time on their hands.
Line drive caught by Alan Craig. One step to his right. Takes a hit away from James Loney. The Dodgers have picked up a run in the 6th inning. There's the play by Craig. 2-2, bottom of the 6th. The nation's largest 4G network, AT&T, rethink possible. And by Ford, the official vehicles of the Cardinals. Aaron Harang works the 6th. And a curveball is strike one to John Jay, who struck out and bounced out. I mentioned he was 7 for his last 11 coming into tonight. And behind in the count again. Still 1-0 Cincinnati leading the Houston Astros. That game now in the 7th inning. Pirates beat the Cubs 3-2. Broken bat. Perhaps. And it is past Oquendo. John Jay has to get a new one. And there's no illegal grooves on that. No illegal pine tar. He's ready to go. Cutter on the inside corner. Jay, a strikeout victim for the second time. On Saturday, August 4th, the Cardinals will take on the Brewers. 25,000 fans ages 16 and older will receive a one-of-a-kind replica ticket from Game 7 of the 1982 World Series, courtesy of Tickets.com. For more information about the 82 World Series Champions Reunion Weekend presented by Fox Sports Midwest, visit Cardinals.com/promotions. Matt Holliday could untie it with one swing of the bat, but it won't be that one.
Now, Matt's had his problems against Harang, and I think it's just the fact he's a low ball hitter.
Right.
And Harang working at the top of the strike zone. Not to say he won't make a mistake, get one down in his wheelhouse, and he'll drive it out of here. But that pitch there and a little bit above, like the foul ball, is where Harang's trying to work Matt.
So when we talk back to our issue of location and movement and velocity, the location that's proper might be different from one hitter to the next.
Sure.
It certainly is. You could paint Matt Holliday down in the strike zone, but you're not doing yourself any favors doing that.
No, and all the time we talk about a left-handed hitter. Most of them are low ball hitters. Make a pitch down that's a great pitch to a right-hander, but right in the wheelhouse of a lefty.
Working up again to Holliday, misses. 2-2. Holliday with 16 homers, 63 RBIs.
And he does get the breaking ball down, but it's off the plate in a wild swing. See if he doesn't go back and elevate after teasing him one pitch down.
I'll bet he does. Fastball up and in. That's my guess.
Breaking ball away, looks like.
Fly ball down the right field line. Everybody coming for it. Ethier with the basket catch. 2 outs in the Cardinals' 6th. This week on Fox Saturday Baseball, the Red Sox head to the Bronx to take on the AL East leading Yankees. Fox Saturday Baseball, presented by Budweiser, begins at 2:30 only on Fox. I hear that's a pretty good rivalry too. Red Sox and the Yankees, in case you'd never heard about that.
I would say one of the big differences as that rivalry, you have to think twice about wearing an opponent's jersey or taking kids to it.
Agreed.
Ethier made a long run and great concentration and hauled that one in. Where the Cardinals is just a big party.
And we know that there'll be Cardinal fans headed to Wrigley Field for the weekend series there. The Cardinals take on the Cubs and then the Rockies on the next road trip.
Nice catch by a gentleman right below us. Didn't drop a nacho.
That may be the closest one's come to us. Al, what do you think?
Yep, there he is. He's got the nachos there. Barehanded it. There he is.
Everybody wants the high fives. Just below where we are. And he's not sharing his nachos.
Not saying it would be impossible for us to get a foul ball in the booth, but it'd have to be a special trajectory.
Oh, he's bragging down there now. I don't blame him. Nice catch. Nice pitch by Harang. Strikes out Beltran. On to the 7th, 2-2. Opportunity to add Hall of Famer and Cardinals legend Bruce Sutter to your bobblehead collection. 25,000 fans entering with a ticket will receive a Sutter bobblehead presented by Coca-Cola and Deerbergs. For more information and purchase tickets, visit Cardinals.com. I will be very glad and very proud to have a Bruce Sutter bobblehead.
I will agree. You know, that'll be a packed house and another top premium item from Dan Farrell and his staff. Look at the giveaways now compared to what they used to be.
Oh boy, incredible.
Salas and Browning. Cardinals are keeping 3 lefties in that bullpen.
The old promotion item I remember very much. I'm not sure what the word I'm looking for is, but a seat cushion. Vividly, there's the word I'm looking for. You remember seat cushions,
I
don't
remember
you?
seat cushions flying out of the stands, too, after a dramatic home run, and all of a sudden 10,000 seat cushions hit the field.
They had to sweep them up literally with brooms in the outfield. Let's not be doing that with the bobbleheads.
So easier with the on turf to do that.
Leadoff hit for Cruz.
Saying that Victor Marte was sent down to make room for Brian Fuentes. And Barrett Browning does stay with the ball club, and I think we both like that move.
I agree. Nothing wrong with having 3 left-handers. Especially when you have 5 right-handers in your rotation. Cardinals without Jaime Garcia. If you have 1 or 2 lefties in your rotation, maybe 3 lefties in the bullpen would be an overkill.
And remember, Fuentes, earlier in his career, when he was closing, he was retiring all right-handers and left-handers. Didn't matter. I think Browning can do that. And Sipchinski can too, now that he's throwing the ball much better. Maybe got a little overexposed early, but it was just more, he didn't have good location.
There you go. The 1-0 to Ellis. Cruz asked for time, or Ellis asked for time, just in time. And the home plate umpire granted it.
Cruz has been impressive in this series.
Sure has.
Short time he's been with the Dodgers, the runner at first base. He's had RBIs in 5 straight games and hitting, I think, about 8 straight.
3-run home run in game 1 of this series, the big hit in that game. Got a decent lead at first. 1-0 pitch. 2-0. And you're just hoping and pushing for Kyle Loesch to get through the 7th inning.
And you just aren't accustomed to see him pitch behind the count. Kyle's been consistently going 7 innings. 9 consecutive quality starts.
Good pitch there. On the corner at the knees. 2-1. Needs a ground ball here. Dyer Miller. Watchful eye. He's getting both Salas and Browning ready in support of Kyle Loesch. Trying to work through this 7th inning. He's set, and the pitch. Check swing, and he didn't go. Second time that Marty Foster has given the safe sign, and didn't look as if Ellis had crossed, but it was worth the ask.
Lindblom warming up, so they will pinch hit for Harang if the situation dictates.
Loesch needs a pitch here. 3-1. Nobody out. Top of the 7th. And it's a high strike.
It is a strike, but it's not really where you want Loesch to throw that ball. He was trying to get that ball out and away. Get it down and away. Looking for the ground ball double play.
Cruz a little extra stretching as he leads off first base. He has 1 stolen base. 3-2, not going, and ground ball to short for call to Schumacher. On to Craig. Very nicely done.
You surprised he was not running?
Yeah.
I was too. That'll keep Harang in the game. But pitcher's best friend. 3-2, nobody out, wasn't running, and a 6-4-3 double play. That's the pitch that Kyle needed.
Now facing Harang. 0-57 batting average on the year.
Right at 99 pitches, finish on an even 100. Not tonight.
Harang is a career .093 hitter.
Right now, you're tired, it's hot, throwing over 100 pitches. Maybe he's not a career .093 hitter. Let's dig down deep and come up with one more.
Misses with that delivery. 2-2. Could this be the last pitch of the night? for Kyle Loesch. Trying to finish 7 strong. Giving up 2 runs on 7 hits. The 2-2 to Aaron Harang. Just misses the outside corner.
Well, that's the pitcher hitting there, Jeff Kellogg, but he'll tell you, I don't know who the hitter is. I just know my strike zone. And it looked like it was probably wide.
3-2. Fouled off. Loesch has struck out 3 and has not walked a batter. Pitch number 106 from Kyle Loesch is strike 3. Kyle Loesch gets Harang, and he gets through 7. Time to stretch. 2-2 in St. Louis. Trivia question: who has the most career home runs against Aaron Harang? And we're giving you a hint.
So you know they would have loved to have Berkman in the lineup today with those 7 home runs against Harang, the most by any player, but took that ball right off the kneecap. His surgically repaired right knee had right on about on the incision, and a badly bruised knee. Hopefully only miss a day or 2.
Our Schnucks difference maker, new face in a Dodger uniform at least, is Hanley Ramirez. 2 for 3, a triple base hit, RBI, scored a run. He's certainly had an immediate impact. And by the looks of Lance Berkman, he doesn't look like he's available to pinch hit either, because the Cardinals will have Kyle Loesch batting 5th in this inning. Fly ball left center.
Tony Gwynn just came into the ball game. He makes the play.
.99 degrees in St. Louis. And it's only 84 in Jupiter, Florida. Only 82 in Miami. Just in case you're wondering.
Budapest?
I do not have that on my cell phone. Do you?
Yep.
Aaron Harang has been very good here tonight. Working into the 7th inning, only 2 Cardinal hits.
66 in Paris. Paris, France, 66.
Not Paris, Texas.
No.
You are working that iPhone. Got an iPad, iPhone. You are Mr. Technology now. Will Twitter be next?
No.
One and 2 to Molina. Swing and a miss. That ball in the dirt. He says he tipped it. And he's not going to win that discussion with the home plate umpire, Jeff Kellogg. 2 outs in the Cardinals' 7th inning. We are at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. Pitchers duel here tonight. Aaron Harang and Kyle Loesch. Rick Horton, Al Raboski, and Jim Hayes with you. And it's been a very good ball game so far. Hanley Ramirez, the newest Dodger, with a triple and an RBI. Kyle Loesch, 7 strong innings for St. Louis. Aaron Harang also been very good. Veteran right-hander. Has won 2 out of his last 3 games and doing very well in his 20th start of the season. Good slider. Beltran and Furcal, the Cardinals who have absolutely hammered the pitching of Aaron Harang in the past. The 2 of them are 0 for 6. Holiday, who has struggled with Harang, is now just 2 for 23 lifetime.
Yeah, 66 in Budapest also.
I knew we'd figure that out sooner or later.
It's 8 hours difference, I believe. 82 tomorrow. Get to 90 on Saturday.
So for those of our viewing audience that are going to Budapest, now you know. David Freese 5 for 8 against Harang. He takes that curveball low, full count. And how about David Freese hitting a long one? How would that be? That'd make everybody happy, wouldn't it?
I am for it.
All right.
He has hit a home run.
Let's order one up right here. The 3-2. Gonna have to carry. Freese bounces out. 1-2-3 inning for Harang. We go to the 8th. Still. Dodgers 2, Cardinals 2. Go to Pat Paris in our studio with this Bommarito Sports Update. Pat? Thanks, Pat. Our Mid-America Chevy dealers called with the bullpen is Mitchell Boggs, who's done very nicely in the 8th inning. Good numbers.
Talking about the good formula for the Cardinals to get 7 innings from their starter. Boggs comes in, pitches the 8th. Mott pitches the 9th. The only problem is this is a tie game. Tony Gwynn, who went out to play left field last inning, will get his first plate appearance.
Really done a nice job as a pinch hitter.
500 average, isn't it?
Right. This, of course, will not be a pinch hit appearance since he has already been in the field. David Freese guarding against the potential bunt. Off the bag at third, but is barely on the grass. There's a strike from Boggs, 2-1. Here's a guy that you'd say, you're going to talk about location and movement, you'd say he's got no problem in the movement area.
Right. Sometimes he gets too much movement, but his control issues seem to be a thing of the past. Tough pitch right there to take, and doesn't get the call. But 16 scoreless appearances with an inning last night from Mitchell Boggs. He pitched the 9th inning. Close out the Cardinal victory.
Game is going to be a battle of bullpens here tonight. The 3-1 from Boggs is grounded foul past Davey Lopes.
Statistically, the Dodgers have a better bullpen than the Cardinals, but I'd have to say that the Cardinal numbers are a little skewed because of late they've been pitching very well. Cardinal starters, once again, 20 straight appearances by the starters with 6 innings or more. Haven't had a run like that since '04. The 105 winning '04 Cardinals.
Full count to Gwynn. Ground ball to the right side. Schumacher has the 2-hopper and throws him out. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the St. Louis Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. Any accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Mark Ellis doubled and scored in the 6th inning.
Nobody warming up for the Dodgers, so it looks like Harang's going to continue. Zepchinski working behind Boggs. Boggs trying to retire Ellis and then Matt Kemp and turn it over to the lefty. Next inning.
Watch out. Fastball runs in on the hands of Ellis. Ellis's average right around 265, 270, but really his value is defensively too. Just 1 error this season.
Well, he missed most of the first half. May and June, missed 43 games with that leg injury. But another aspect about Boggs is because his ball moves so much and he does pitch inside and it runs in a lot with that sinker, he can be an uncomfortable at bat.
Only Placido Polanco and Dustin Pedroia with better fielding percentage than Ellis as second baseman. Got a strikeout of Ellis. 2 quick outs for Mitchell Boggs here in the 8th inning, and he looks sharp.
Watch this one right there. I was kind of saying, where'd that ball go?
Chalk one up for movement there.
Up there 97, 98 miles an hour, and then you get bottom falls out of it.
And be careful with this guy. Kemp is 0 for 3.
And they do get activity in the bullpen for the Dodgers. Belisario, he just started throwing. It's about 4 pitches, but a day like this wouldn't take him any to get loose. So we kind of get the idea that Lang may start the inning, but one runner, and then he's replaced.
He'll be facing 8, 9, and 1 for the Cardinals. The 0-1. Fly ball, high fly ball to center field. Jay has it. 1, 2, 3 innings. Schumacher will lead it off for St. Louis when we come back. Here at Busch Stadium, plenty of heat inside the ballpark and plenty of good pitching as well. Kyle Loesch and Aaron Harang have been after it. Only a couple runs have scored for each ball club, and the Cardinals with just 2 hits to show for this evening. Batting in the bottom of the 8th inning, and Skip Schumacher will lead it off. And he takes the first pitch off the plate, 1-0.
Jason Mott throwing in the Cardinal bullpen. Lefty and a righty throwing for the Dodgers.
And Matt Carpenter in the on-deck circle. He will bat for Mitchell Boggs. Good inning for Boggs. And a very good start for Kyle Loesch. Another quality start.
Be 10 straight. Elbert is the left-hander down there. Now, part of the trade with Miami. There, Randy Schote, left-hander, and Hanley Ramirez, who we've heard from Ramirez in this game, but it's my understanding at game time that Schote had not arrived yet. So they do have a good left-hander. Elbert down there in the Dodger pen. 107 pitches for Harang.
I guess him not arriving was good news for one of the Dodger pitchers.
One gets to stay on the roster. Schote's on the 40-man, but
And a walk to Skip Schumacher. How about that?
Cardinals sin.
Late inning walk.
Late inning walk, leadoff walk, spells trouble.
Take a look at how the Cardinals have played against the West. Different story with the Dodgers than the rest of the division.
1-4 against the Dodgers. They haven't pitched particularly well. They haven't hit well. But against everybody else in the Western Division, 10-2. Good offense, good pitching. And it was Matt Carpenter at the on-deck circle, but now Descalso is going to, with a run on here, he's going to sacrifice him.
Schumacher, the runner at first. Bunting situation for Daniel Descalso. And he pops it up, but fortunately the catcher turns the wrong way, or the other way, towards the third base side. That ball was popped up on the first base side. And Descalso needs to get this ball on the ground. And for those wondering, the Cardinals do not lose Matt Carpenter. He was not officially announced, even though he was in the on-deck circle.
Correct. And you know, you're set up there to bunt. And of course, Harang, an old veteran, and a guy that likes to elevate the ball. That's how you combat a bunting situation. You elevate the ball, hoping for a pop-up.
Key situation for Daniel Descalso. He was our player of the game last night. On base 3 times, a couple of RBIs, 2 hits.
We're off of Kershaw. Right now you try to play small ball.
That's what the Cardinals did in the second inning to score their first run. And the bunt attempt is perfectly done. Harang underhands it. Nice job, Daniel Descalso.
Got the bunt ball down a little bit, made it easier to bunt down on the ball. And the Cardinals, clutch hitting will do it. Remember, Schumacher advanced the runner. Here, Daniel Descalso gets the bunt down, putting Schumacher in scoring position. And for Call, 0 for 3, but 41 RBIs lead all National League leadoff men.
Former Dodger Rafael Furcal. He has a chance for the go-ahead RBI against his former club here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Schumacher, the runner at second, trying to hold him close there.
Furcal came in with great numbers, 476 average against Harang, but he's 0 for 3 tonight.
Hot night, 111 pitches for Harang.
Sleep well if his body doesn't cramp up.
Agreed. Updated numbers for Call still, even with his 0 for 3 night tonight, batting over 400 in his career against the right-hander Harang. On deck, John Jay, who's also 0 for 3. Who's going to get it done? Schumacher has his lead. The 1-1. Low, 2-1.
Shortstop really shadowing Schumacher at second, trying to keep him close. Really opens up a big hole in the left side of the infield. Seen Ralphie hit a lot of balls to left field.
Count in his favor. 2-1. Ground ball foul off his foot.
So working around the inner part of the plate. Another visit by Ellis, real quick.
And that really did hurt for Call. He's still limping a bit, trying to get feeling back in that foot. Feel a whole lot better if he can plug a gap right here with this 2-2 pitch. Harang is set, and the delivery is high. Tried to get in the chase. Fish weren't biting.
Still trying to shake off that foul ball. Remember, he's been dealing with a shin issue for a while.
Full count. And it's ball 4 to Furcal.
Wow. Harang probably wants that pitch. Can't believe it.
How far will they go with Aaron Harang?
Love to see this one on Fox Tracks. Boy, it looked awfully good, and you got to have a lot of guts to take that pitch, don't you?
Mattingly out to talk to Harang. He had a chance to take Kershaw out in the middle of the game yesterday and left him in. Similar situation. High pitch count.
You're going to go to Belisario.
He is going to go to his bullpen. Bring in the lefty for John Jay. Cardinals rallying here in the 8th. By Smooth Bush Beer and easy drinking Bush Light. And by Taco Bell. Live Moss. Key moment in the ball game. Bottom of the 8th inning. John Jay at the plate, and he takes ball 1 from the left-hander Scott Elbert.
He resides in Arizona, but he was born in Joplin, Missouri, and he's pitched very well of late for the Dodgers. He's tossed scoreless relief in 12 of his last 13 appearances. 0.73 ERA. .050 batting average against since June 10th.
Aaron Harang responsible for the 2 runners aboard. 2-0.
Now inherited 41 batters, which is second most in the National League. 10 have scored, and it's up to John Jay here, and he's hit with a count. He's actually hitting left-handed pitching better, and it's our Mid-America Chevy dealers call to the bullpen. Hitting better against lefties than he is righty right now.
The 2-0. 3-0. I think there are about 40,000 people giving him the take sign right here.
And with Randy Schoch to join the ball club, Albert is not in jeopardy of losing his job. They're very happy with what he has done. It just add to the mix and a few more options for Don Mattingly in the bullpen having a second lefty.
Important pitch here. 3-1 pitch is low. Ball 4. And the bases are loaded for the Cardinals here in the 8th. And look who is coming to the plate.
And Don Mattingly will have Alan Craig facing Belisario like I had one batter too soon.
Belisario is ready. Holiday will be. And we're going to go to break. Cardinals have the bases loaded in the 8th. Belisario and Holiday, bases loaded, bottom of the 8th. Line drive caught by the second baseman, and he turns it into a double play. That ball was hit right on the nose. The Dodgers get a break. We go to the 9th.
the ninth in St. Louis. Coming up after the game on the post-game edition of Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live, Pat Paris and Cal Eldred are at Lumiere Place. A look at the Kyle Osh Matt Kemp battle. We'll have player reaction straight from the Cardinal clubhouse, plus another edition of Mic'd Up. Jason Mott on to pitch for the Cardinals. We send it back to the booth. And Rick and Al, guys.
Thanks, Jim. I had visions of you speaking with Matt Holliday in about 5 minutes.
Couldn't hit the ball any harder, but Jason Mott, you can see what he has done. He's 5th in the National League with his 21 saves. Tied for 3rd with games finishes. He threw his 7th consecutive scoreless inning on Friday night for his 21st save. And in his last 8 appearances, he has 1 win and 7 saves. Let's keep that trend going. Really got to turn the momentum. And now the Dodgers feeling good about themselves. Cardinals only have 2 hits on the night.
That's hard to believe.
2 hits. And remember, it was bases loaded walks. Ball up and into Ethier. Both teams have stranded 4.
Ethier's jammed. He hits it down the line, on the move, and making the play is Carlos Beltran. Beltran runs very smoothly, but when you're up close, you realize the man's running. He's moving.
Yes,
he's just so graceful.
It looks like he's just gliding, but he covers some ground, and he just gauges it perfectly. They've asked him to play smart, play under control. He's got the bad knees, but just play under control, and rather keep him in the lineup every day.
Houston Astros have taken the lead over the Cincinnati Reds 3-2 in the bottom of the 8th inning.
And there'll be a reversal of last night. Will Cordova get the save this time, or will it be another heartbreaker and magical win for Cincinnati?
Cardinals oh so close to taking the lead in the bottom of the 8th inning. Matt Holliday, with the bases loaded, hit a bullet right to the second baseman, Mark Ellis.
Pirates have already won their ball game.
Ground ball back to Mott. He's got it. Hanley Ramirez has had a good night, but he is retired.
It's really important. Only 4 pitches thrown. If this goes to extra innings, I'd say you leave Mott in for another inning. He can only retire Loney within a couple pitches. Why not? And retire him for the first time.
That's one graphic we could have done without.
The do factor. Jason's due to retire.
And I'm a little surprised by that, frankly. Loney had a sacrifice fly in the second and scored the Dodgers' first run. That followed the Hanley Ramirez triple. Mark Ellis with a double. In the 6th inning, he was driven in by Ramirez.
Talking about Loney in his career, has hit Cardinal pitching very well.
Play him deep in the outfield. Shade him slightly the other way. Cardinals will have Beltran, Craig, and Molina in the 9th. And that's coming up. Holliday retires Loney. Maybe Beltran will win it. hits, but our Nissan drive of the game, we're going to give that to David Freese. His double in the 5th inning produced a run. Carlos Beltran takes strike 1 to open the bottom of the 9th.
Belisario's luck continued.
He sure got a break in the 8th, didn't he? Big swing by Beltran, 0-2.
That ball line drive that he threw off the bat of Holiday, that would have got by Ellis. That might have scored 3 runs. Just a line drive, turning into a inning-ending double play.
Beltran strikes out.
Belisario's got really good stuff. 91 breaking cutter there. Missed all last season on the baseball's restricted list.
One thing about this Cardinals starting 8, they have a number of players that can win a game with one swing of the bat. This is one of them, Alan Craig. With Beltran, Craig, Molina, and Freese to hit in the 9th, any one of them can do it.
Hit 300, you need a hit right now. Game winner would look great. And he has been such a clutch hitter all season long for the Cardinals.
Beltran had already homered against Belisario in this series. That came in game 1. Cardinals with 4 solo home runs in this homestand.
All we need right now is a solo home run.
One's enough. 2-0 to Craig. $37,841 Cardinal fans on hand. Very nice crowd. Another warm evening. Temperatures at game time were over 100.
Quite a testament to the Cardinal fans to endure this heat.
The 2-1. Now 3-1.
It's the 8th time the game time temperature was 100 or more in the past 16 home games.
Go pitch here for Alan Craig. The 3-1. Now 3-2.
July the 7th was the hottest day. Game time temperature was 106. What happened on July the 2nd? It was just only 84 degrees then.
You'd have a couple days in there, didn't we?
Yeah.
The 3-2. Grounded to the left side. Ramirez has it on one hop and throws out Craig. So 2 outs in the Cardinals' 9th.
If this game ends, Cardinals catch a little break tomorrow, but about 96.
And then on to Chicago.
And with some much needed thunderstorms, hopefully after the game. Will Yachty be the hero here in the 9th?
Tough hop. Shortstop makes the play. 5-6-3 Cruz on the rebound. We are going to extra innings. 2-2. Yadier Molina at the plate. This is how the bottom of the ninth ended. Ramirez boots it right to the shortstop. Long throw to get Yadi.
Yadi running hard all the way. Nothing you can do about that. He's just running there, just lack of foot speed, and a heads-up play by the young shortstop. He's been impressive in this series. And Jason Mott only threw 8 pitches in the ninth inning. Will come out for the second inning of work.
Well, you made the point that that could be very key in this game. The fact that he was able to get through the first 2 hitters so quickly.
A little bit of a risk. You got the day game tomorrow, but I don't think that really matters to Mott. And by only throwing 8 pitches in the first inning, try to duplicate that, and you're still ready for tomorrow afternoon.
Luis Cruz, the batter. And he takes a strike at the knees, 1-1. Jason Mott, 21 saves on the season. 4th in the National League in that department. And a ground ball to Furcal. Should be easy for him to throw out his counterpart, and he does. Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side.
Just love every time we get to talk about Jack Link's. Means we're in bonus baseball.
A little extended play. Good fastball from Jason Mott as he hits the temperature with that high heart. Follows it with a 94-mile-an-hour cutter.
He's not just the one-dimensional pitcher anymore. He'll throw the sinker, four-seamer, and cutter. Juan Rivera on deck.
A.J. Ellis 1 for 3, doubled in the 5th inning. Game 3 of a 4-game series here at Busch Stadium. And another pitch up in the strike zone, 2-2. Cincinnati Reds they have won 6 straight. They're still hitting in the 9th inning against Houston.
Got 2 men on, second strikeout.
Ooh, that ball right by A.J. Ellis.
Second out of the inning. Ellis almost a 300 hitter on the road.
Here is Juan Rivera.
That's Uribe.
Oh, it is. It's Juan Uribe, who is related to the late Jose Uribe, who was a Cardinal player in the minor leagues. And
was Jose the one to be named later?
He was Jose Gonzalez when we were roommates in the minor leagues and teammates. And they are, I believe, Jose is Juan, our uncle and nephew, if I have that right. They may be cousins, but Uribe from the Dominican Republic.
Slick fielding shortstop, right?
He was very, very good at short. Juan Uribe has played a number of teams. Giants, Dodgers, White Sox, Colorado.
They had hoped that he would provide some home runs like he did for the Giants, and batting under 200 and just 2 home runs. He's been so far a bust.
Does have a little more power than his uncle Jose.
Oh yeah.
Remember the first time Jose came over to a Cardinal minor league First time in the United States. Young Jose Gonzalez, then Uribe. Ground ball to short. Threw the ball to first base with a man on first base and nobody out. And our manager had to tell him about what a double play was. He learned pretty quickly. Got to the big leagues and was a good shortstop with the Giants. So a base hit for Juan Uribe, and the top of the order and Tony Gwynn Jr., who came into this game in the 7th inning to replace Bobby Abreu.
They got Lindblom warming up in case this game stays tied. And then their closer if they take the lead.
Check swing, just misses. Another good cutter from Jason Mott. That one at 93. Good, sharp, quick movement.
I agree. Didn't get the call on it, but that's a pitch that using more frequently, keep people off his fastball, but hard to catch up that high octane fastball.
Hard hit the center. But in the tracks of John Jay. David Freese. Will he win it in the 10th? .44 appearances, so he's been busy, and he'll have David Freese, then Skip Schumacher.
A lot of innings, 15 holds, and much better ERA at home than on the road. Hope that continues. Got a 3.18 ERA, but 5.75 on the road. Mike Matheny talked with Schumacher. What he wants him to do after David Freese gets on base, if he doesn't hit a walk-off. You know, I've heard he's capable of doing that.
I think he has. Hit a few up in that grassy area up there, center field. Bottom of the 10th. Check swing. This time Marty Foster says yes. And I believe he's correct again. Kyle Loesch and Aaron Harang started this. 7 innings, 2 runs for Loesch. Harang 7 1/3 innings, 2 runs. Hard hit. And it's a base hit to right over the first baseman Loney's head. Line drive, maybe not quite so hard hit. It was a bit off the end of the bat, but it got the job done. It was a line drive and a base hit for Freese, his second, and the Cardinals have their leadoff runner aboard as they did in the 8th inning.
And Tyler Green's going to pinch run, but so good a hit in the opposite field right off the end of the bat. Lines it over the head of first base. Ethier gets to it quickly. Thought about going for 2, but wisely stayed there at first base, and now pinch runner Tyler Green.
So Skip Schumacher helped manufacture a run for the Cardinals in the 5th inning.
Does he take a pitch or 2 to allow him to steal?
Good question. I was going to ask you that. Not going. Watch out. That'll wake you up.
Jim Bloom is 6'4", 239 from Lafayette, Indiana. He's got to be conscious of the runner there. Sometimes you sacrifice that going to the plate. Jay Ellis throws pretty well. So maybe they just want to bunt him into scoring position.
Matt Carpenter in the on-deck circle. We've seen him there before. He was going to pinch hit in the 8th inning after a leadoff walk to Schumacher. Mike Matheny decided to sacrifice with Daniel Descalzo. Green has a big lead. Schumacher at the plate. Ramirez inching in and anticlimactic.
Month of July, Skip's hitting .359. 300 here at Busch. Been very good with runners in scoring position. Green isn't there yet.
And they got it. They pick off.
Wow. You
Tyler
could not do that.
That play was set up with the third baseman charging. And the minute he started charging, the pitcher goes to first, and he is indeed out.
Been tagged 5 times before he got back to first.
Boy, that hurts.
Pick me up for the Dodgers. Up to Skip to turn it back around. But the only thing a first base coach says is don't get picked off.
2-1 to Schumacher.
Get the big lead, do this, do that, have your secondary lead, but make sure they go home.
Had to be an indication that something was on there. 3-1 to Schumacher.
Thought he had a walk. They even put ball 4 on the scoreboard. Now they're trying to reset the count to 3-2.
Ball far to Schumacher. And I know what everybody's thinking.
Yeah, what if? What if he didn't get picked off? Then you'd have runners at first and second, but it's not always that easy. But it's Carpenter now. He'll get a chance. Drive the ball into a gap. Be the hero. Most of his RBIs have come here at home, and Schote has arrived, and looks like Mattingly will use his new weapon out of the bullpen. Schote is acquired from Miami today with Hanley Ramirez. Hanley not happy with their home plate umpire at all, and maybe quick to get ejected. You don't see Donnie usually get upset. See the home plate umpire, he directed some of these comments to the home plate umpire, and he's telling them right now.
Don Mattingly a little testy, and
he just got tossed.
only 3 hits on the night. The other new Dodger, Randy Choate, 36-year-old left-hander, will face Matt Carpenter, Cardinal pinch hitter.
And batter's only hitting 150, 9 for 60 with 20 strikeouts against Randy Choate.
And as we were going to break, things were hot here, but it got a little hotter for Don Mattingly.
When he was in the mound, he was directing a lot of his comments to our home plate umpire. And Jeff Kellogg noticed the way he was looking right at him, and you could read some of the lips that he didn't think too kindly of it. And then there was even more of an exchange on the mound, and finally Jeff said that's enough. But Donnie Ballgame got his say in.
He sure did. Good slider from Choate.
Choate was acquired today with Hanley Ramirez. Trade from Miami, as they are saying we made some mistakes in the offseason. We're going to rectify things and fire sales on again. This time without winning a world championship.
Carpenter waves at the slider.
Cardinals have Lance Berkman and Tony Cruz on their bench.
Foul tip is held by the catcher, and Carpenter says that ball hit the ground. And they're going to ask for help.
And third base umpire is raising his hand for a strikeout. Mike's saying it hit the ground, but no argument.
Well, does this help ball hit the ground or not? The foul tip?
I don't think so. Might have.
Hard
at
to
the
tell.
Catcher, right at the catcher, caught it right back between his legs.
Very hard to tell whether that ball hit the ground or not.
Was it definitive?
But it's a strikeout. We have another look for you. Rafael Furcal at the plate. And he takes strike one. We are in the bottom of the 10th inning. Here's the look.
Well, you see the dirt kick up.
Boy, that's close.
Did he foul it?
Well, he did. They all agree that he fouled it. The question is, did it hit the ground before he caught his glove, hopped into his glove, or not?
Then I'd say it hit the dirt. So dirt kick up.
Let me go down and tell Jeff Kellogg.
He asked for an appeal.
He didn't ask you.
He asked the third base umpire, and he had rung him up.
Schumacher, the runner at first. David Freese began this inning with a base hit. Tyler Green pinch ran for him and was picked off.
Cardinal fans want more bad news. Cincinnati's leading 5-3 in the ninth. They were down 3-2. And Francisco Cordova, the former Red, for the second straight day, has blown a game. Houston still has a chance at the bottom of the ninth, though. Cordero.
Ground ball to the left side. Ramirez has it, gets the lead runner, and we are going to inning number 11.
.38th appearance, 0-3. He had a scoreless streak snapped in his last appearance. He was a string of 8 consecutive scoreless appearances, snapped on Monday when he allowed 1 run on a hit. Carpenter's playing third base.
And the first pitch on the inside corner, strike one.
Hernando last season led the ball club with 24 saves. Got off to a rough start. We even got sent to the minor leagues, but pitching much better of late.
Changeup has seemed better. Fastball a little more life. That pitch right there up a bit.
So it was in, up and in, and only thing you do is pull it. And the changeup a lot of times where he just leaves it up over the middle of the plate instead of burying it down.
Ahead of Ellis, 0-2. really like the job of Mitchell Boggs and Jason Mott.
Jason Mott only threw 21 pitches in his 2 innings of work, so the reliable 8th and 9th inning men did the job today and be ready for tomorrow afternoon. Cardinals still with only 3 hits.
Two and 2 to Ellis. Bounce to third. Quick throw. Carpenter has his man. Extra innings presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. We could use some of that up here in the booth as we work into the 11th inning. And Matt Kemp, 0 for 4. Nice to be able to say that, Al. Matt Kemp 0 for 4. Only thing better is to say Matt Kemp 0 for 5. But you're right, it does scare you because he's very, very good ball player. Check swing. He may have gone with that. No.
It's a change up there that a lot of times is just left up and in to a right-handed batter. It's 1 for 11 in this series. Came off the disabled list as well as Ethier at the All-Star break, and he'd been hitting well coming in or since the All-Star break and returned to the lineup.
Been hitting .366 going into play yesterday, and Cardinals have handled him well today and yesterday. 0 for his last 7 since then.
He's got 14 home runs on the year, and you mentioned he missed 51 games. He had franchise high 12 home runs in April. He won back-to-back Player of the Weeks and the National League Player of the Month in April. Had a great season last year. Many people thought he should have been the MVP, not Braun.
Well, there's always an argument on that question about whether or not the MVP is the best player in the league, the guy that had the best year, or the guy that had the best player on a team that does well. And you'll get an argument both ways.
Sure.
People that want to give it to the best player, I think Matt Kemp could have been that man. And we now can say it. Matt Kemp 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts.
Bottom fall of that pitch, swinging over the top of it. So Salas mentioned swinging the bat a lot better, or pitching a lot better, and got one more to get this inning. Hopefully he can get his first win of the year. 0-3.
Andre Ethier. Only thing that stands in the way of a 1-2-3 inning for Fernando Salas. Cardinals will have Jay, Holiday, and Beltran. That sounds like a winner, doesn't it, Al?
I'm buying into it.
Almost happened in the 8th inning. Holiday had a good at-bat in the 8th. He lined out with the bases loaded right to the second baseman Ellis. He hit that ball on the nose.
Couldn't hit a ball any harder than he did.
I wonder if he's still thinking about that. (3-0) now to Ethier. Hanley Ramirez on deck. Ethier has some pop. 11 home runs. And he might be swinging here.
I think he gets a pitch he likes. don't look up there and look for a changeup. 3-0.
Although that's what Scott Van Slyke hit off of Mark Zepchinski out in Los Angeles. 3-0 situation late for the game winner. So long ago. The 3-1. Fly ball to center field. In comes Jay, and he's got it. And he earns an at-bat. Let's see if he can get aboard in the Cardinals' half of the 11th. Score game 3 of a 4-game series. Dodgers won game 1. And the Cardinals beat Clayton Kershaw behind Adam Wainwright in game 2 yesterday. And they're trying to pull this one out here in the bottom of the 11th. It'll be Jay Holiday and Beltran for St. Louis.
Both ball clubs wasted an excellent start from the starters in this game. Kyle Loesch for the Cardinals. Harang for the Dodgers. Bullpens have been tight. Cardinals still 3 hits.
Randy Choate is the reliever and newest Dodger. Seen both left-handers for them.
Jamie Wright warming up, so he'll probably have Holiday.
And Don Mattingly is not watching this game currently. Well, he may be, but not in the Dodgers dugout. He was tossed by the home plate umpire Jeff Kellogg.
Trey Hillman, the former Kansas City Royals manager, is bench coach and at the helm now. Showed very tough on left-handed batters. Struck out Carpenter, pitch hit last inning, and then turned call around and got him to bounce into a ground ball.
Ground ball to the right side. One out in the Cardinals 11th.
And Trey Hillman will come out and make the pitching change.
Choate does his job. One more trip to the bullpen. One more break. Holiday when we come back. This is Holiday going the other way, and this is a game winner. John Jay scored, and it was a Holiday walk-off had on July 18th of 2010. John Jay not aboard here in the Cardinals 11th, but Holiday could still win it against Jamie Wright.
Two former teammates, as they were both with Colorado at the same time. 81% of the time he gets a ground ball.
And he does get a ground ball, but it's a base hit for Holiday the other way.
It's the one thing you thought about there, because Holiday can drive the ball so well through the infield that he could turn that ground ball into a single.
And maybe Carlos Beltran can win it.
Just 1 for 10. 5 strikeouts against Jamie Wright. That's surprising. Been a tough night for Beltran. One swing can turn it around, can it?
It sure can. Holiday the runner at first.
And he is 6'6". Probably slow to the plate, but you wouldn't think Holiday was going to be stealing.
Beltran at 288. He has 22 home runs on the season. 0 for 4 tonight. Batting from the left side. Ground ball to the right side. Loney has it to second for 1, and that's all they're going to get. That ball not quite hit hard enough to get in the hole between first and second. Alan Craig bats now with 2 outs and Beltran at first. And we still got a chance at one of those gappers, Al. Allen 0 for 3, walked and scored in the second. Saw Jamie Wright in game 1 of this series. Had a good clean inning, then gave up a hit, and was painted later by the reliever that followed. A lot of folks still on hand here at the ballpark. Ground ball to short. That takes care of the 11th, and Alan Craig on to the 12th.
Dodgers have doubled the hit total of the Cardinals. Only one error in this ball game committed by the Dodgers. They have stranded 5 and St. Louis 6. Salas on for his second inning of work. First time 1-2-3.
Ramirez has been a big part of this game. Triple in the second, single in the sixth.
A long day for Hanley.
Oh, I'll bet. Think about his travel.
But just the emotional. You know, he was kind of the kingpin down in Miami. Now he comes here and he's just a very good ball player on a great franchise. But this is not his club. And it might make him a lot better player.
Think it might settle him a bit?
I think being around Manny Mota and
some veteran guys.
Yeah. Sit there and say, okay, you know, you're much better than your 249 average. Show us the Rookie of the Year. Show us the batting champion.
Ooh, that one almost made it up to the booth, Al.
But it's too high. Just that doesn't have that trajectory. It's got to be line drive to come back here, get underneath the overhang. I'll have to protect you.
Did you bring your Rawlings glove?
No,
3-2.
Hand is now trained to leather.
3-2 to Hanley Ramirez. Fernando Salas working his second inning. We are in the 12th here at Busch Stadium, and there's a leadoff walk, and that is usually trouble. Ramirez, we know, runs well.
Hanley has 14 steals. Keep an eye on there. Tony Cruz was in there potentially for a pinch hit appearance. Now he'll have to race back. Pitcher spot is due up second. Fuentes, the newest Cardinal, warming up. He'd love to come into a situation like this and do something very positive.
Boney swings through a high fastball, so the Dodgers not looking to move the runner Ramirez, and always a possibility for a steal, a hit and run when he's aboard.
Eli Wallach. I call him Eli, Tim Wallach. But
the actor.
That was his nickname during his playing days. He's the third base coach. He was flashing signs. Most of the time on the run, on the road, you know, you'll play to win. Don't play for the tie. You already got that. So you're looking for the bigger inning. At home, you kind of bunt more.
Right. Standard baseball operating procedure.
There's Wallach. Very good third baseman in his own right.
Smooth fielder, little pop.
Yeah.
Struck out a lot.
Struck out a lot, but you know, if you made a mistake, he could burn you.
One of those looping swings. Good low ball hitter. Salas ahead of Loney 0-2. Swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch. Strikes out Loney, and there's that changeup that can be so effective for Salas.
He's got great arm action on it.
You bet.
You know, he just throws the same release point as his fastball. It just doesn't get there. And When he throws it right, the bottom will dip and dive. Cruz extended his hitting streak to 8 games, but he's got a 5 RBI streak on the line. And he's got 9 RBIs since the All-Star break, the most for the Dodgers. Good rip.
And we have an amateur lip reader that tweets that he knows exactly what Don Mattingly was saying, and it was not about where he's going to have dinner later.
No, it wasn't. And I'm very much an amateur, but I got the same message.
Yeah, but we all think we're pros at it, don't we?
Cincinnati does win 5-3. Another comeback win for the Reds over Francisco Cordero, their former teammate and closer. Well, he's been best Red last 2 days, hasn't he?
He sure has.
Houston's new closer. Coughed it up twice.
Reds have now won 7 straight, and they are playing very good baseball. Cardinals trying to keep pace here.
Have they lost a game since Joey Votto's gone down with a knee surgery?
That's a good question. And that tells you something about that team, too, doesn't it?
Well, they knew that they were playing sub-500 teams, and that's why they waited until after the Cardinals left town, and it looks like they knew what they were doing. Picked the right time. Stubbs was the hero for 2 nights in a row.
Hit and run is on. He pops it foul, and our truck is all over your question, and they've told us that the Reds are 9-2 since Joey Votto's injury. There's nothing our truck doesn't know.
I'll give credit to Dan Hyatt on that one. Who he knows everything. And then there's Keith Oberman.
He knows a lot too.
It's just can you use any of it?
Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts after the leadoff walk to Hanley Ramirez. And you wonder if he's going to go now. He hasn't attempted to run yet against Molina. There's that high fastball, and he blows it by the Dodgers shortstop.
That's what you like to see, Salas. Knew he made a mistake with the leadoff walk, but going to correct it.
A.J. Ellis is 1 for 4. Bats for the Dodgers with 2 outs in the 12th. Talked about the Dodgers road trip yesterday, and he talked about the trip that Hanley Ramirez has had to make today. But this is a team that went to New York. Now they've come to the uncomfortably hot Midwest in St. Louis, and then they're going to go to San Francisco, and that is a lot of miles for these guys and a lot of physical toll on this Dodger club. And that's one of the things about playing on a coast. The travel in baseball can be a lot tougher.
Rick, think about the days when they were probably flying in a DC-3, where they would have to stop someplace to refuel.
Exactly.
You know, Dodgers maybe the first team to have their own private plane, but not like today where you fly a 757.
You can go back even
250 passengers for maybe 50 in a traveling party.
You can go back to when they used to take trains, but at that time St. Louis was the westernmost city.
That's why you didn't need planes. Planes didn't come into vogue, I don't think, until the Dodgers and the Giants went to the West Coast. It was in the late 50s. I guess you'd have plane travel since then, but it was necessary. But you go on a 3-week road trip.
Right. Go to New York and play a bunch of teams. 0-2 to Ellis, but first, checks on Hanley Ramirez.
First road trip that I went on was all 3 cities in California, San Francisco, and Los Angeles, and San Diego, then to Chicago, and then on to Pittsburgh. 18-day trip.
Oh boy. 2-2 is high. Actually 0-2 the count. Salas working his second inning. He has 3 strikeouts, and he's allowed the leadoff walk to Hanley Ramirez here in the 12th. He has a big lead. It seems like he ought to try it. Salas thinking the same thing. Would you run?
8th place hitter? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Does have 7 home runs and 28 RBIs for Ellis, but they get a good jump. Even though I know Molina probably gonna get thrown out.
Not going. Long strike.
Ellis kind of been battling a knee issue. Every other day status for him.
Salas is set, and the pitch. Line drive down the right field line, and it is foul. Ooh.
What if he was running on that one? And that would have been fair.
There you go. Think about sometimes running on a 1-2 count or an 0-2 count. The pitcher's going to try to throw a nasty pitch to strike him out. They may throw one in the dirt or throw one way off the plate. And sometimes that's a good pitch to go on.
And sometimes because you're heading the count, you can pitch out if they guess right. They're thinking you're going. He's not.
I would say he is committed to not go right now.
Pretty good base stealing teacher in the first base coaching box for the Dodgers, Davey Lopes.
I'll say. Ellis battling very tough in this at bat.
Juan Rivera is waiting to pinch hit if given the chance.
Cardinals have managed only 4 hits in 11 innings in this game, and they're still in it. How about that?
We don't know what the roster move was to make Schote available.
Hard hit to center. Jay has a beat on it, and he's got it. The Dodgers retired in the 12th. All right, Cardinals, swing the lumber. Might have made a bit of a mistake. Oh, no. Oh, no. We wanted that baseball. Oh, look at everybody's face. Oh, no. One guy's clapping.
Lance Berkman will pinch hit. That'll leave Tony Cruz as the only available extra player on the bench. And you wonder if Berkman does get a base hit off of Jamie Wright in his second inning work, where you'd have to use Joe Kelly to pinch run.
But first, it's Yadier Molina. And maybe he'll hit one out of here and we won't have to worry about Lance Berkman. But he is on deck, ready to bat for Fernando Salas, who pitched very good. 2 innings of work. Cardinals would like to make a winner out of him. And Molina fouls off the first delivery from Jamie Wright.
Rosenthal warming up for the Cardinals. Will this be his first real test?
Close game.
Close game, and you don't get much closer than an extra inning tie. If the Cardinals bats will not score or win here. Still only 4 hits.
Ground ball to the shortstop. Cruz has it. And he throws out Molina, and Lance Berkman will hit, and we've got more on Lance from Jim Hayes. Jim, what do you got?
Well, Lance Berkman was flunked last night, came out of the game. After the game, they did tests, no structural damage in the knee where he got hit. I talked to him today. He said it is sore, something he'll deal with for a couple of days. I guess, guys, he'll deal with it now.
Those days have turned into hours, haven't they?
That is stunning to me. Only 1 career walk-off home run, and it was against the Cardinals back in 08. Would you have thought with his long, distinguished career he'd have more than 1?
No question. 2's plenty.
Only 64 at bats this year for Lance, as he's missed so much time. He is .333 from the left side, where his lone home run this year and 5 of his 6 RBIs have come from.
Batting with 1 out in the bottom of the 12th for the Cardinals. Swing and a miss. Does not look comfortable there, does he?
No, and he just can't really put much weight. It's his right knee, so it's his front knee, which would really affect him. And look at those numbers against Jamie Wright. 583, 3 home runs. But he's one-legged.
Exactly. Maybe a Kirk Gibson moment.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Now, the right knee would affect more batting right-handed, where he's really struggled this year, because that's his back leg, his foundation and drive leg. But it's tough enough when the right one isn't working properly.
Exactly.
That would be my bet if he got on, that Joe Kelly would pinch run.
Might want to save him to pinch hit, though, too. Well, you've got Adam Wainwright swinging the bat now.
I'd rather have speed on the bases. And there he's trying to get his legs loose just in case he needs to pinch run.
He made the right choice. The 3-2. Fouled off. Berkman battling here, isn't he?
Oh, absolutely.
Give him credit.
He just had to be sick when he got hit on the right knee, right at the point of incision for his knee surgery, which, remember, he went down against the Dodgers. Such an innocent little stretch at first base, and the knee buckled on him.
And it's ball 4. Berkman has earned a walk, and just go ahead and walk on down there, Lance. Don't even need to do that, because you're going to be taking a right turn right now. And here comes Joe Kelly to pinch run for Lance Berkman. How about that? Nice job.
Got it out, stay up there, but one-legged, but he could get the job done. I remember Gene Gieselman, our good buddy, that one game in Montreal where he did some magical work and got Ron Fairley all patched up so where he could get a game-winning hit on basically one leg. Gino was an excellent trainer.
No question. Good friend. So Skip Schumacher bats with one out. Joe Kelly aboard at first. And strike. Matt Carpenter would bat next.
Outfielders deep and really spread out.
Check on the pitcher, Joe Kelly, pinch runner.
Jamie Wright slow to the plate. This is 6-6, and not that you were going to see Kelly necessarily steal here, but
I'd go for another walk. How about you?
Most definitely. Take a bases loaded walk. It's been easier to get walks than it has been to get base hits.
Only 4 hits for the Cardinals. They have only left 6 base runners. Shows how few they've had. The Dodgers have always had good pitching, and we're seeing some tonight. There's a strike. 1-2 to Skip.
A little mad at himself. He let that one get by. Good hitters aren't afraid to hit with 2 strikes.
And Schumacher expanded his zone a bit too much there. So 2 outs. And it'll be Matt Carpenter.
Cardinals mentioned 4 hits, and 2 of those were by David Freese, who was taken out of this game.
And Yadier Molina has a hit. And Matt Holliday has a base hit. And that's it. Holliday almost had another one. And you keep going back to that, Al, because that really could have been and was very close to being a game winner.
Been home an hour ago. It's the beauty of baseball. No clock.
No clock.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
Who needs a clock?
In case you're wondering, rapidly approaching a 4-hour game.
Open stance of Matt Carpenter. And that pitch misses the outside corner. 2-0. And if Carpenter can get aboard, it'll be Rafael Furcal.
Right, just throwing enough inside pitches where a hitter just doesn't feel comfortable going out over the plate.
Exactly.
When you get the result like Skip Schumacher and break the ball away, you're reaching for it instead of getting out there and striding across the plate and driving it to the opposite field. Gardner a little happy feet right now?
Yeah, he does move a little bit too much with his lower half. I mean, that's not something he normally does, but you may be right about that. Explain that, Al. I see what you're talking about, but just maybe the base.
Yeah, he's got the open stance, and he'll kind of square up as the pitch is being made, but a lot of movement with his lower half and off balance. There's another example. You know, he's just kind of jumping as the ball's crossing the plate. And obviously, the fans didn't like that call. But it will allow Kelly to get a good running start right now on the 3-2 pitch. That could be a difference.
Kelly has his lead. He'll be moving.
Sure, he goes to the plate. Not take off.
3-2. It's hit hard to center field. Kelly rounds second, and he slips and falls. Joe Kelly slipped on the second base bag, and the base hit by Carpenter would have sent him to third. Well, we just need to get another base hit and make sure that doesn't happen again as he rounds third base.
Well, we saw him tumble at second base yesterday. Or excuse me, at first base, and here he looked towards third right as he was stepping on the bag, and foot slipped out from underneath him. Honeycutt out to talk to Jamie Wright. Rick ended his career pitching for the Cardinals. And what a distinguished career he had. And almost was an extension of Dave Duncan when he was here. Dave had so much trust in Honeycutt to work with some of the pitchers. And he knew that he was going to be a good pitching coach, and he is.
A good pitcher, as you say, in his own right. Smart baseball guy. What did he tell his pitcher, Jamie Wright, facing former Dodger Rafael Furcal? Ball one.
Nobody feels worse than Joe Kelly, but it should be first and third.
Ball two.
Maybe it'll load the bases again.
For John Jay.
Definitely. The call should get a pitch he likes.
2-0. The winning run at second base. And here's a line drive, base hit to left. Here comes Joe Kelly. He rounds third. He's going to score, and it's a Cardinal winner. Rafael Furcal delivers in the 12th.
He didn't need to be at third base. He can score from second. Would have been a nice play out there, but Tony Gwynn Jr. misconnected, dropped the ball, didn't have a chance to throw out Kelly. And boy, was that a fun one now that it's over.
And our Budweiser player of the game is Rafael Furcal. What a game this was. And this is how it ended.
So
Furcal to left.
Gwynn comes in, and he doesn't catch the ball cleanly. That makes sure that Kelly can score from second base on the base hit. Long, long night. Only 6 hits on the night, but the Cardinals pick out another emotional win.
Outstanding Cardinal victory. On to the postgame show. It's coming up next.